Again, a very special good morning to day 2 of the 19th annual Caribbean Child Research Conference being held at the University of the West Indies KFO campus in Barbados. Now, yesterday, we would have had a number of sessions, a number of very interesting sessions, many of them involving adults. Interrogating a number of very critical child rights issues, but today is all about children and young people. So, firstly, I want to welcome all of you in the room. First and foremost, I know we have a number of Barbadian students here, and what I recognized as I was making my way here is that today is a very big day for Barbadian students in that it's the day before independence. And there are lots of activities happening at the various schools to celebrate. And so I want to wish all the Barbadian students in the room, first and foremost, a happy independence, but also to thank you very much for taking the time out to come to the Child Research Conference today. I know as well that we have young persons in the room who are not from Barbados. If you're not from Barbados, kindly give me a wave. A very, very special welcome to you. I believe all of you are from Jamaica. Give a round of applause. They've come all the way from Jamaica. All right, so just to get into today's session, it is round 2 of there are going to be a number of competitions. The first is the research competition, the essay competition, and the poster competition. We're starting today's session with the second round of the research competition and the oral presentations. So students have already been judged on the written components of the research, and today is the opportunity for them to bring those research papers to life by delivering some very interesting presentations for you. So the way how it's going to work is that the scores from the written competition are going to be added to the scores from the oral competition today to determine who will come out on top. So we have 3 judges, a panel of 3 judges with us today, and I want to also give a very special welcome to you, Ms. Varsha Prasad. Ms. Prasad is the Senior Program Officer in the University's Office of Research. Dr. Michael Campbell, who is the Deputy Dean of Research and Graduate Studies in the Faculty of Medical Sciences here at the KFO campus. A round of applause. And Ms. Kay Hall, who is the Education and Outreach Officer at the Barbados Museum and Historical Society. Welcome. And I also want to again say a special thanks to the Department of Graduate Studies and Research, a key partner in this conference, as well as the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training here in Barbados. Now, to this morning's presenters, we have 3, one who is in person and 2 who will be delivering their presentations virtually. And these research papers are focused on the topic of the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the extent to which Caribbean governments have been able to fulfill that promise. So first up is Ms. Sanake Dilworth from Jamaica, whose research piece is entitled An Investigation into the Post-COVID Effects on High School Students' Academics. Welcome our virtual participant. Over to you, Sanike.
Okay. Malcolm X once said that education is our passport to the future. But how can we travel to that future if we don't have the education to get there? According to UNICEF, Jamaica's children have lost an alarming 1.3 billion in-class hours due to school closures. Students are struggling to keep up with their lessons and are falling behind in their classes. Welcome, everyone. My name is Sanake Dilworth, a 16-year-old Jamaican student and a representative of the William Knibb Memorial High School. My research was an investigation into the post-COVID effects on high school students' academics. As we delve into this presentation, I will first outline the aims of the research, after which I will make reference to the child rights infringed. Additionally, I will discuss the sustainable development goals affected. Next, I will move on to the literature review, followed by the methodology. Furthermore, I will expound on my findings, summarize my main points in the discussion, and close off with policy recommendations. Let me first outline the aims of this research. The researchers sought to examine the post-pandemic challenges faced by students, identify the child rights or rights that may be infringed, determine the sustainable development goal being affected, and discuss effective recommendations to assist affected individuals. Next, I'll make reference to the child right infringed, the right to education. The pandemic has led to many job losses. Parents find greater struggle to afford the educational resources their children need for quality education. Not to mention, if that child is disabled, he or she has a higher risk of falling out of the education system altogether due to lack of support and access to educational materials. This directly infringes the child's right to education as stated by Article 28. Now, I'll discuss the Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, are plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. Following the pandemic, SDG number 1, which guarantees no poverty, and number 4, which guarantees quality education, were significantly affected. Due to the increase in job losses, most parents lost their main source of income. The wealthy may not have been significantly affected, but for others living in poor conditions, they were plunged even deeper into financial challenges, leading to extreme poverty. This affected SDG number 1, which guarantees to end poverty. Parents' financial difficulties would later affect the children's ability to access the learning resources they need for quality education. This affected SDG number 4, which guarantees to provide inclusive and equitable education. Following is a literature review where I will examine some of the post-pandemic academic challenges faced by students. The pandemic has tested students' academic resilience and adaptability, and to no doubt, most did not persevere. Students battled with learning loss, dropouts, achievement gaps, absenteeism, among many, many more. Let's dive deeper into the literature review. With the emergence of the pandemic, the number of individuals living in poverty increased by the end of 2022, affecting SDG number 1, which guarantees to alleviate poverty. Please turn your attentions to the video.
This family of 9 living in Hanover, they're crying out for help because of their deplorable living condition.
As highlighted by the video, the pandemic exacerbated living conditions for vulnerable populations, particularly those below the poverty line, who face extreme difficulty affording basic necessities. Absenteeism, lack of access to learning resources, or tutors are only some of the problems affecting the country's progress towards quality education. Next up, we have the methodology. A mixed method research was implemented involving a total of 64 participants. A survey questionnaire distributed over the various social media platforms over a period of 2 days was used to collect the quantitative data. The qualitative data was collected via semi-structured interview and through direct observation. The information obtained was organized into statistical graphs and charts. Now, I'll examine my findings and results. The data reveals that 54 of 60 participants know at least one student whose academic performance has declined due to frequent absenteeism resulting from financial challenges worsened by the pandemic. A closer look at my findings reveals that 47 of 60 participants believe that the pandemic has led to a rise in learning gaps in their school. The data speaks for itself, revealing that 95% of the participants know at least one person who would greatly benefit from extra support to help bridge their learning gaps. Through careful observation, I was able to note that all 3 participants struggled with academic engagement, had limited access to sufficient resources, and lacked enthusiasm towards coursework. This would in turn affect the students' academic performance. Conversations with participants yielded some insightful results, including the drastic fall in academic performance. Just before the pandemic, students were gaining averages just above 55%. However, with the increased learning loss, the levels dropped as low as 25%. The major factor influencing this change was the increase in job losses. Job losses drove parents, especially those in domestic jobs, even further into poverty, affecting SDG number 1, which guarantees to end poverty. This also affects the ability of the family to provide the educational resources their children need for quality education. This affected SDG number 4, which guarantees to provide quality education. The interview data suggests that there are several key strategies that can be implemented to boost academic performance. These included equipping students with more resources to enhance learning, integrating technology into teaching, and targeting students in need of extra support. The evidence from the study supports the conclusion that the pandemic has significantly impacted high school students' academics, limiting access to resources and support for those with disabilities. This hindered the achievement of SDG number 4, quality education, and exacerbated poverty, affecting SDG number 1. Challenges included absenteeism, achievement gaps, and learning loss. Based on the analysis, the following recommendations are proposed. Provide mentors to students who've experienced extreme learning loss. Offer students the opportunity to retake courses or complete missed coursework. Lengthen the school day to provide additional instructional time, and provide supplementary resources to students and teachers to augment the teaching and learning outcome. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome any questions you may have.
As previously stated, we'll open the floor firstly to our judges.
Hi.
Sorry, you're being asked to come to the podium to deliver your feedback.
Good morning. I'd just like to hear a little bit more about your lit review. You did say what you learned, but I'm very interested to hear who your sources might have been.
My sources for the literature review.
Yes, please.
My literature review, it was directed to students within the ages of 11 and 16.
Did you do any preliminary research before you went into your interviews? Did you read around the topic at all?
Yes, I did.
So tell me a little bit about your research readings.
So based on my research, I found out that students are really impacted by the COVID-19 more than we could ever think, especially those who are living in poor conditions and their parents have greater challenges of providing the resources they need for quality education. Even those whose parents have the money, those students, they lack enthusiasm towards their work because during the pandemic, they were just so relaxed and found no need to go online to learn something.
Do you remember where you found that information?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, to our next judge.
Yes, just a practical question about the your suggestion of lengthening the school day. Do you see any challenges in doing that, or do you have any ideas about how to make that work?
Any challenges with the lengthening the school day? I don't see much challenge with the lengthening the school day because most students, when school is over, they don't go home immediately. So the time they spend idling on the road, they could be at school learning something, making up for the missed work that they would have lost during the pandemic.
Very much.
And Ms. Prasad, anything from you? Okay. At this time, I now open it to the floor. Do you have any questions? Okay, well, if there are no questions from the floor, please just give Sanake a round of applause for her presentation. Thank you so much, Sanake. We now move on to Ms. Keziah Alexander from Grenada, who is also joining us virtually, and her topic is the progress made in Grenada in implementing Article 31 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Please welcome Keziah.
Before we continue, my name is Keziah Alexander.
My apologies. One more time, please.
Keziah.
Keziah.
Is everybody seeing the screen?
Yes, we are.
Can you give me a minute? Like sharing.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, Kezia, while we're waiting for you to get your presentation on screen, we'll move on to Tanelia. Is that right? Tanelia Forth from Jamaica. She is in the room, though, exploring self-mutilation among adolescents in Western Jamaica. Welcome, Tanelia.
Margot, can you hear me? Am I not on? Okay. Margot Anand once. Am I? Margot Anand once said, and I quote, "Loving yourself does not mean being self-absorbed or narcissistic. Rather, it means welcoming yourself as the most honored guest in your own art, a guest worthy of respect, a lovable companion." End of quote. According to UNICEF, it is only 8% of Jamaican teens' psychological requirements are being met. Because of this, it causes teens to mutilate themselves. I am Tanelia Fort, a 15-year-old student of William D. Memorial High School located in Jamaica, and I am here to explore self-mutilation among adolescents in Jamaica. Self-mutilation among Jamaican adolescents has reached crisis proportions, violating their fundamental rights and compromising their well-being, highlighting the need for immediate policy interventions and social change. Expanding on the aims of this study, today we'll explore contributing factors, child rights violation, policy recommendations, and the alignment with Sustainable Development Goals. Moving on to the rights of the child, every child deserves fundamental rights to protection, healthcare, education, participation, and survival. These essential rights ensure their well-being, development, and future success, providing a safe, healthy, and empowering foundation for them to thrive. Next, let's explore the relationship between self-mutilation and the Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals prioritize holistic well-being through 5 key objectives. SDG 3, good health and well-being, also SDG 4, quality education, likewise SDG 5, gender equality, as well as SDG 10, reduce inequality, and in addition, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. These goals collectively aim to ensure physical and mental health, essential skills, equal access to health care and education, reduced inequalities, and safe environments for all, particularly adolescents and vulnerable populations. Building on this idea, with the literature review, self-mutilation or non-suicidal self-injury involves intentionally harming oneself without intending to die. It's a complex issue rooted in emotional distress, coping mechanisms, and underlying mental health conditions. I'm pleased to present the following video, which explores more on self-mutilation.
A whole bunch of students are cutting themselves right now, and the cutting is used in order to regulate their emotional problems, Daniel Brown told the Jamaica Observer. He said children have shared that cutting themselves temporarily relieves pressure. According to Brown, while the practice of self-injury is not new, it seems to have escalated. I see mostly girls who are cutting. I saw a teen recently that has been cutting. She lost 2 friends over the past 2 years, and cutting is a means of easing the pain.
This video discussed the sensitive topic of self-mutilation, primarily affecting young girls. Non-suicidal self-injury among adolescents is influenced by various factors, including social pressures like peer influence and isolation, unstable family dynamics such as conflicts and instability, emotional struggles like loneliness and identity issues, and post-traumatic experiences including neglect, abuse, and emotional or physical trauma. As we transition to the methodology, this mixed method study involves 60 adolescents ages 13 to 19 from Jamaica. A mixed method study is a research approach that combines both quantitative and qualitative data to provide a more comprehensive, accurate, and credible understanding of a research topic. Participants were selected through purposive sampling for the qualitative research, while for the quantitative, I used a random sampling method. The participants completed Google Form surveys and semi-structured interviews, and the data was analyzed using descriptive statistics, data visualization, content analysis, and thematic coding. Now, let's consider the results and findings. According to research, self-mutilation or self-harm among adolescents is primarily attributed to family issues and traumatic experiences, with 80% or 48 participants identifying these factors. Jamaica's healthcare accessibility is a concern, with 55% or 33 participants disagreeing that quality healthcare is accessible. This disparity highlights the need for reforms to ensure equitable access, particularly for vulnerable populations. The survey's findings underscore the critical role of the environment in teenage self-mutilation. An overwhelming 81.7% or 49 participants believe that teenage self-mutilation results from an unsafe environment, constituting a violation of their rights. A significant majority of 65% or 39 participants consider that national policies are insufficiently effective in safeguarding teenagers against self-mutilation. Expanding on the results and findings, guidance counselors identify signs of self-mutilation as laceration, old cut marks, burns, and intense emotions. Contributing factors include self-esteem issues, abuse, trauma, poor relationships, peer pressure, and bullying. To address this, schools can provide immediate support through counseling and online resources, and long-term solutions like mental health education, expert partnerships, and therapeutic interventions such as cognitive behavioral therapy. Additionally, during an in-depth interview, a 17-year-old Jamaican female students share their experiences with self-harm since age 13 with methods including cutting, eating, and scratching. She experiences emotional distress, abuse, depression, and trauma, using self-harm as a coping mechanism and self-punishment. Currently, she self-harms 2 to 3 times a week with severe episodes. She has bipolar disorder and depression, but receives no current treatment. Her social support network consists of only one person, and she feels highly isolated. To further explain this idea, let's watch a short video.
Most of the children I am coming across cut themselves in areas that are in plain sight. And one of the sad realities is that most parents are not paying attention to their children, he stated. For the child, remember that within that moment their entire system is on overdrive and they cannot focus the way they are supposed to, so it is just temporary relief that is being sought. The instrument, as long as it is sharp, they will use it, whether it's a razor blade, pencil, knife, anything. Once it can penetrate the skin, they will use it, he said. We have a serious problem coming our way shortly. Although COVID ended, most persons are still stuck in that confinement of those 2 years, and they are being left behind.
The video discussed explicit and potential disturbing methods of self-mutilation. As we continue with the discussion, adolescent self-mutilation is a pressing concern in Caribbean schools, necessitating a comprehensive and multifaceted response. To mitigate its prevalence, we propose 8 strategic recommendations aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 3, ensuring healthy lives and well-being for all, particularly vulnerable youth population. Let's move forward to the next point, which is policy recommendations. To address self-mutilation among children and adolescents, a multifaceted approach is recommended. This includes building support networks, fostering positive self-reflection, and creating hope boxes with uplifting memories. Mental health professionals should provide access to resources and services. Community leaders should promote inclusive and nurturing environment. Curriculum developers should integrate social emotional learning into academic curricula. Additionally, youth organizations should create safe spaces, and educators should implement bullying prevention initiatives. By fostering supportive relationships, providing accessible mental health resources, and promoting emotional intelligence, we can work together to prevent adolescent self-harm and ensure a brighter and healthier future for vulnerable youths. Thank you, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share this information.
Thank you, Tanelia, for that presentation. Very serious. Thank you, Tanelia, for that presentation on a very important topic. I now turn the floor over to the judges for their questions and comments.
Congratulations on your presentation on a very important topic.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, an escalating public health concern. I just had one question about, so one of the aspects of research that sometimes we don't think about first is the welfare of people who volunteer for our studies. And you were interacting with people who have some concerns, who might be vulnerable. Did you think about that in designing your study? And do you have any thoughts about what you might do as a researcher to help support them?
Okay. Well, I chose this study because I wanted to inform professionals about ways they can help to reduce the amount of teenagers who are self-mutilating in the Caribbean. And I wanted to provide services and provide them with encouragement to stop to stop self-mutilating.
Okay, no other questions from our judges. Are there any questions on the floor? Okay, there's a question from Professor.
Very important topic. I just wondered, it's a vulnerable group that you were investigating it, and I wondered if you were able to refer them for help. Were you able to send them, refer them to services where they would get help? I just wondered if you just had your study and moved on, or if whether you provided advice to them as to where they could get services.
I recommended them to seek professional help from guidance counselors or any adult that deals with that area of self-mutilation.
About this issue?
Well, the student that I interviewed was very open, and she did not think to hide this information from me. Well, I think that we were pretty close, so she thought that she could disclose any information with me, and she spoke to a guidance counselor before coming to me.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for Tanelia?
Hi, I was wondering, I noticed you said something about youth organizations, and I am the president of Barbados National Students Council. So I was wondering how you would want us to help in a way.
Okay. So it's like I wanted to go back to the slide to the policy recommendations.
Is it possible for us to have the slideshow placed back on screen, please?
Okay. So on the slideshow, I provided various ways that we can use to help those who self-mutilate. And I think that students, like peer counselors, they can create a club where students who self-mutilate join together, and they can use activities or share stories about memories to distract themselves from self-mutilating.
Can we roll the slides back for me just a minute? There was actually a slide I wanted to have a question about, but I wasn't sure we could go back. And I didn't want to ambush her by trying to make her remember what was on the slide, which is one more to number 2, actually. That one. So when you were talking about accessibility of healthcare, you talked about how what the respondents' thoughts were with regard to how accessible healthcare was. But I didn't have a sense of the relationship between the access and the self-mutilation. So what I'm asking then is, did your respondents, was there another question you asked where you asked perhaps if they felt that that lack of access was a direct contributor to that tendency to self-mutilate?
No, I did not ask a question like that. But based on my study, I would say that self-mutilation is affected by the health care that is accessible in Jamaica, as students might have mental conditions, or they might be abused at home or neglected, and they would like to speak to professionals, but they are not able to access it because they might not have enough money.
Thank you very much for your answer. Well answered.
Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for Tanelia. Thank you so much for that presentation. And now I'd like to reintroduce to you Ms. Kezia Alexander from Grenada, who will be delivering her presentation virtually on the progress made in her country in implementing Article 31 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child.
Is everybody seeing my screen? It's supposed to be a black.
Yeah, your screen is apparently showing up as blank.
So a special good morning to you, judges, yes, and of course, children. My name is Kezia Alexander, and I'm representing the wonderful Spice Island of Grenada. I'm also representing one of the best schools on the island, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. Note well that I am pleased to be here to provide this information to you. The topic that was given to me for the research paper is the Convention on the Rights of the Child at 35. How much progress have we really made in the Caribbean? And of course, my topic, based on that research topic, is based on the Conventions on the Rights of the Child, Article 31. Let's go. Of course, to begin any research paper, we will need our agenda or table of contents. Firstly, I have the introduction, my aims, the references to the Child Rights and Sustainable Development Goals, my literature review, methodology, results, recommendations, references to the websites, and of course, conclusion, then my references to the websites. Introduction. My research paper discusses a Convention on the Rights of the Child, or CRC, adopted 35 years ago, focusing on Article 31, which emphasizes children's rights to rest, leisure, play, and participation in cultural and artistic activities. The research evaluates the progress made in Grenada, particularly in La Poitrie St. Andrew, using surveys and data from the community. In the Caribbean, the implementation of Article 31 has been influenced by various socio-economic, cultural, and political factors. My aims and objectives. My aims and objectives. Firstly, to identify the factors that have contributed to and hinder this progress, to explore the role of community initiatives in promoting these rights, to provide further recommendations for ensuring children's rights to rest, play, culture, and arts, and to evaluate the impact of socio-economic conditions on children's access to rest, play, culture, and arts. My reference to the child rights. Article 31 on the Convention on the Rights of the Child emphasizes the child's rights to rest, leisure, and of course the right to play. It underscores the importance of providing children with opportunities to engage in recreational activities appropriate to their age, ensuring their holistic development and well-being. Reference to child rights from the Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, emphasizes the importance of children's rights, aligning closely with the principles outlined in the Convention of the Rights of the Child. The SDGs aim to ensure that all children have access to quality education, good health and well-being, and they are fundamental rights being in the conventions. According to the United Nations, fulfilling children's rights is essential for achieving in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as it helps break the cycle of poverty and exclusion, ensuring that no child is left behind. My literature review. The literature on the implementation of Article 31 of the Convention of the Rights of the Child highlights the critical role which are play, rest, and cultural activities in children's development. According to UNICEF, these activities are essential for the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of children, contributing to their overall growth and development. Studies have shown that access to safe and inclusive play spaces, as well as opportunities for cultural and artistic expression, significantly enhances children's cognitive and social skills. Furthermore, research indicates that children who regularly engage in play and recreational activities are more likely to perform better academically and exhibit higher levels of creativity. In the context of Grenada, the implementation of Article 31 faces several challenges, including limited infrastructure and economic constraints. According to a study done by the World Health Organization, many communities in Grenada lack adequate play spaces and recreational facilities, which hinders children's ability to fully exercise their rights under Article 31. Additionally, cultural and artistic programs are often underfunded, limiting children's access to these vital activities. Methodology. This research employs quantitative methods to gather and analyze the implementation of Article 31 in Grenada. The study uses surveys and statistical analysis to collect data from a representative sample of schools, community centers, and households in La Poterie, St. Andrew. The samples consist of children, 20, aged 6 to 18, parents, educators, and community leaders from urban and rural areas. Data is collected through structured questionnaires and interviews. The questionnaires cover topics such as access to play spaces, participation in cultural and artistic activities, and perception of the importance of these rights. The collected data is analyzed using statistical software to identify the trends, correlations, and differences across the region. Results. Only 10% of urban areas in Grenada have adequate play spaces for children compared to 30% in rural areas like La Poterie. Also, in La Poterie, only 10% of children reported having access to safe and well-maintained play areas compared to 50% in the capital of St. George. 60% of children in areas with strong cultural policies participate in at least one cultural or artistic activity per week. Participation drops to 40% in areas with limited funding for arts programs. In La Poterie, 50% of children reported participating in cultural activities such as traditional dance and music, while 30% engage in arts and crafts. Also, 80% of parents and educators believe that rest, play, culture, and arts are crucial for children's development. 20% of respondents cited economic pressures and academic demands as barriers to providing adequate opportunities for these activities. In La Poterie, 75% of parents expressed a desire for more community programs that support children's cultural and artistic development. Recommendations. First, awareness and education, which is raising awareness about the importance of rest, play, culture, and arts for children's development so that they can help shift societal attitudes and priorities. Policy development. This includes creating national action plans and allocating sufficient resources to support these initiatives. Funding and resources, which is increased funding for children's programs and infrastructure, which is essential for providing safe and inclusive play spaces. Community engagement, which is encouraging community involvement and supporting local initiatives, can also enhance children's access to these rights. Monitoring and evaluation, which means to establish robust monitoring and evaluation systems to assess the implementation of Article 31 regularly. And of course, programs for vulnerable groups, which is in conducting programs for groups who are vulnerable to these rights. My conclusion. The research highlights significant achievements and ongoing challenges in implementing Article 31 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child in Grenada. While there have been strides in providing children with access to rest, play, culture, and arts, disparity remains, especially between urban and rural areas. Targeted interventions, increased funding, and community involvement are crucial to ensure all children enjoy their rights. Government policies and community programs have positive impacts, but economic pressure and lack of infrastructure hinder progress. Commitment to these rights is essential for children's holistic development and aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals or SDG 3 and SDG 4. Continued advocacy, investment, and collaboration are vital to creating a more inclusive environment for all children in Grenada. My references: the United Nations 1989 Convention on the Rights of the Child retrieved from UNICEF, UNICEF 2023, the State of the World's Children 2023 retrieved from UNICEF, Caribbean Development Bank 2022, Youth Development in the Caribbean, retrieved from CDB, Government of Grenada 2021, National Child Month Committee Report, retrieved from the Government of Grenada, and the World Health Organization 2020 Guidelines on Physical Activity and Sedentary Behavior, retrieved from WHO, and here is a link towards it. Thank you for participating. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Kezia, for that very enlightening presentation on Article 31 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Are there any questions from our judges?
Hello. So when you were doing your research, did you look at spaces that were provided using government funding versus spaces that were provided?
Before I continue, I'm not hearing anything.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me now? Yes? Okay. So I was asking, when you were looking at your research, did you differentiate between spaces funded by government agencies versus spaces provided by, say, companies or private individuals or community projects?
No, I did not. I did not research. I just gave them the questionnaire, and based on the questionnaire, I retrieved it and put into my research paper.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Could you tell us a little bit more about, I believe the area is called La Poterie. You gave us some statistics about urban versus rural and sort of some linkages with regard to what to expect if an area qualified along certain criteria that you discussed. But I'm not quite sure where the area on which you concentrated fits into those categories.
Well, La Poterie is my community. It's just a community that I just, and it's not a fully developed community unlike George is the capital of. So based on that, I compared my data from the persons in La Poterie and their ideas based on how they feel about the town of St. George.
Thank you.
And just before we bring this session to a close, are there any comments or questions on Kezia's presentation from the audience? No? Okay. Well, that being said, I just want to invite you to give all of our participants for this particular session a round of applause. And I think that you would realize, even continuing from yesterday, that many of the issues or challenges around the Convention on the Rights of the Child appear to be reoccurring themes. Whether that's poverty, transforming education, challenges around mental health. I think perhaps based on what I remember today, may be the first day that we heard a presentation on the right to relaxation and play. But I think that's very, very important. As a matter of fact, Kezia has told us in no uncertain terms that that's a very important part of the holistic development of the child. Now, with us today is a very special young man. His name is Kadarius Allen. He goes by the stage name King K, and he's a junior calypsonian here in Barbados. He attends the Lodge School, and I want to welcome him.
Hey, upsetter. See how upsetter. Score outside there. Running. I'm a winner. You know the dance. I'm a winner. Hey, watch out now. I'm on the sun. Oh, we're winning right now, you be. Say we're winning right now. Me forget that trophy to what me living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. Our Thanksgiving right now. Cause we're winning right now, yeah. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Hey, watch out now. Hey, I'm a walking W. Learn from the L's. Turn them in a medal in a trophy and bells. Every day you see we with the pan on next level. Break records like we cracking eggshells. And every single ounce of effort we expel. It's all about progress, cause we have to excel. I watch them looking like success, we dress well. Ooh, another knockout for the ring the next bell. I'm about to send my haters a card to get well, cause I'm sick of it. Lord, I'm so sick of it. But that's the whole gist of it. I hate in all the beauty when winning now we have it. Cause I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Oh, we're winning right now, you be. I say we're winning right now. Me forget that trophy to what me living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. Thanksgiving right now, yeah. I say we're winning right now. So every day you see we are the reigning champion of the cloud with the silver line we reigning from. Cause if you see some of the places where we're hailing from, it's just the type of place we should be failing from. But now we're winning. Yes, every quarter, every inning. Bolt if I tracks and then I films if I swimming. You know that there's no giving in no matter the circumstances we're living in. You hear me? I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're winning right now, you I say we're winning right now. If we get a trophy to what we're living right now, cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now, oh, we're winning right now. I thanks for giving right now, God. I said we're winning right now. Hey, follow me now, see you now. Hey, upset her. See how upset her. Score outside there. Running. I'm a winner. You know the time. I'm a winner. Hey, watch out now. I'm on the sun. Oh, we're winning right now, you be. Say we're winning right now. If we get a trophy to what we living right now, cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now, oh, we're winning right now. A Thanksgiving right now, cause we're winning right now, yeah. I'm winning. I'm winning. Hey, watch out now. Hey, I'm a walking W. Learn from the L's. Turn them in a medal in a trophy and bells. Every day you see we with the pan on next film. Break records like we cracking eggshells. And every single ounce of effort we expel. It's all about progress cause we have to excel. And watch out. Looking like success we dress well. Boom. Another knockout for the ring the next spell. I'm about to send my haters a card to get well cause I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it, but that's the whole gist of it. I hate in the beauty when winning now we have it, cause I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Oh, we're winning right now, you be. Say we're winning right now. If we get a trophy to what we living right now, cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now, oh, we're winning right now. A Thanksgiving right now, yeah. I say we're winning right now. So every day you see we are the reigning champion of the cloud with the silver line we reigning from. Cause if you see some of the places where we're hailing from, it's just the type of place we should be failing from. But now we're winning. Yes, every quarter, every inning. Bolt if I tracks and then I films if I swimming. You know that there's no giving in no matter the circumstances we're living in. You hear me? I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Oh, we're winning right now, you be. Say we're winning right now. If we get a trophy to what we living right now, cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now, cause oh, we're winning right now. Our thanks are giving right now, God. I said we're winning right now. Hey, upset her. See how upset her? Let's go outside, girl. Running. I'm a winner. You know the time. I'm a winner. Hey, watch out now. I'm on the sun. Oh, we're winning right now, you say we're winning right now. Me forget that trophy to what me living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. Our Thanksgiving right now. Cause we're winning right now, yeah. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Hey, watch out now. Hey, I'm a walking W. Learn from the L's. Turn them in a medal in a trophy and bells. Every day you see we with the on the next film. Break records like we cracking eggshells. And every single ounce of effort we expel. It's all about progress cause we have to excel. And watch out. Looking like success we dress well. Boom. Another knockout for the ring the next spell. I'm about to send my haters a card to get well. Cause I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it, but that's the whole gist of it. I hate it on the beauty when winning now we have it. Cause I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Oh, we're winning right now, you say we're winning right now. Me forget that trophy to what me living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. Our Thanksgiving right now, yeah. I say we're winning right now. So every day you see we are the reigning champ. And at the cloud with the silver line we reigning from. Cause if you see some of the places where we're hailing from, it's just the type of place we should be failing from. But now we're winning. Yes, every quarter, every inning. Hold if I tracks and then I films if I swimming. You know that there's no giving in no matter the circumstances we're living in. You hear me?
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways.
The Constitutional Court
and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, "I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity."
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development, so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that?
Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to that universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to that universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat.
I'm the parent of a grade 11 student.
Dale and Shireen Virgo put on a brave face after leaving court.
Improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways. Plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to that universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, we. This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? Huh, no progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential.
Wonderful. So welcome back to this session. I know the session before was quite riveting as we listen to the research presentations by our young children under 18 years old. So as the format before, and as we go in, we do want to thank UNICEF Eastern Caribbean for their commitment to supporting, children's voices and amplifying those voices on issues that matter to them. Likewise, we want to thank also the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute for Social and Economic Studies, UWI, and the School for Graduate Studies and Research for their commitment to the successful implementation of this conference. Can I have a round of applause for them? Thank you. So for those of us just joining us online as well, we do have 3 judges here with us as we go into the research presentation. Of course, we have Ms. Varsha Prasad, the Senior Program Officer for the University of the West Indies Office of Research at the Cave campus. Can I have a round of applause for Ms. Prasad? Likewise, we have Dr. Michael Campbell, the Deputy Dean of Research and Graduate Studies, the Faculty of Medical Sciences, Cave campus. Another round of applause for our judges. Thank you. And finally, but not least at all, we have Ms. Kay Hall, Education and Outreach Officer, Barbados Museum and Historical Society. The final round of applause. So as we go into our presentations today, the final set of presentations for the research section, we do have with us here one online presenter, Miss Jenny Polius from St. Lucia. Also, we have Jamaicans who have traveled all the way to Barbados to be with us here. We have, of course, Mr. Adrian Johnson from Jamaica and Miss Rihanna Williams. Can I have a round of applause for our presenters? I hope they're not nervous. Sometimes we have to clap to make them not nervous, yeah? All right, so the first presentation we will be having is from Miss Jenny Polius. And I do want to remind all our presenters that you do have 10 minutes to make your presentation, after which we will have questions from both the audience and from judges. All right, I see in Miss Polius. All right, you can go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, fellow researchers, and esteemed judges. My name is Jen, and I am a student at the St. Joseph's Convent in St. It is a privilege and a pleasure to present this research entitled Progress in Children's Rights in St. Lucia, 35 years after the adoption of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Today, I will walk you through the significant progress St. Lucia has made in safeguarding children's rights, with a focus on education and health, while highlighting areas that require further. So, without further ado, let's begin by discussing the aim of this study. The primary aim of this study is to assess how St. Lucia has advanced children's rights, particularly in education and health, over the past 3 decades while addressing ongoing challenges. It also explores the alignment of these findings with the global framework of the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, to provide a comprehensive picture of where we stand today and to suggest policy recommendations to strengthen children's rights. The Convention on the Rights of a Child, or CRC, was adopted by the UN in 1989 and then ratified by St. Lucia in 1993. This work has been a cornerstone in protecting children globally. My paper highlighted 3 main CRC rights in correlation with the study. Article 28 of the CRC, which emphasizes rights to education, Article 24, which is the right to the highest attainable health, and Article 23, rights of children with disabilities. St. Lucia has embraced this framework through policy and legislative reforms, demonstrating its commitment to safeguarding children's rights. The CRC's principles align closely with the SDGs, particularly SDG 3 on health and SDG 4 on education. These goals emphasize equitable access to quality education and healthcare, which are critical for the well-being of children. Our progress in these areas reflects our commitment to these global goals. Literature review. The literature reveals commendable progress, but persistent challenges. On the left side of this slide, it shows that St. Lucia has achieved near universal secondary school enrollment and improved maternal and child health care. However, challenges do persist, including gender disparities in education, inadequate support for special needs education, and underdeveloped mental health services. Research also highlights the regional context where similar challenges affect other Caribbean nations and not just problems unique to St. Lucia. For example, St. Lucia shares challenges such as resource constraints and inequalities in service delivery. By examining the regional context, we can identify lessons learned and best practices to strengthen our efforts locally. Methodology. My research used a mixed methods approach, combining both qualitative and quantitative analyses. Data was sourced from legislative documents, national reports, and interviews with key stakeholders. Qualitative data findings were analyzed thematically, and quantitative trends were then evaluated to assess education and health outcomes. In education, universal secondary education has led to nearly 100% enrollment. The bar chart here displays that the enrollment rate for boys is 95% and for girls is 98%, or 980 out of 1,000. As evidenced by many initiatives St. Lucia has made, commendable strides. Some of said initiatives taken are as follows: laptop distribution within schools, disability screenings for the young ones, CSEC subject fundings, a $500 transition grant, and facility fee payments. While enrollment rates for boys and girls are similar, the CSEC exam pass rate highlights a performance gap where girls perform significantly better. This disparity underscores the need for gender-specific programs and mentorship opportunities for boys. While education enrollment shows promise, the disparity in performance highlights the areas for improvement. Now let's examine how health indicators complement this progress. In health, immunization coverage exceeds 95%. Which means 950 out of 1,000 children approximately are immunized. This significant milestone reduces the risk of preventable diseases and aligns with SDG 3. However, the remaining 5% of children, or about 50 out of the 1,000, still need attention to achieve full coverage. Rural areas face challenges in accessing mental health and specialized care. Childhood obesity and malnutrition are emerging issues requiring urgent attention, although the school feeding program has been a major aid so far. Not to mention that action aimed at further transforming the national education sector has resulted in the creation of a special needs and disability policy to address the various needs of all students with learning disabilities, as well as those who require special attention. Maternal and child health services. Under the Universal Health Coverage Initiative, or UHC, free ultrasound services and prenatal lab tests have become widely accessible. The difference in the level of services provided can be shown in the bar chart on the right of this slide. On the left, it can be seen that in 2023 to 2024 alone, over 2,300 ultrasounds were performed, as presented on the line graph, where there is a steady increase during that 2-year period. This progress ensures better maternal and child health outcomes. Collaborative efforts. Collaboration with organizations such as UNICEF and the World Health Organization have been instrumental in providing technical and financial support, helping us implement effective child-focused initiatives. This shows that sustained collaboration and commitment are necessary to overcome existing challenges and gaps. Last but not least, policy recommendation. To achieve further progress on this topic, I would recommend the following policies. Number 1, the establishment of mentorship and literacy program for boys. 2, expanding healthcare access through mobile clinics in rural communities. 3, implementing national disability screening system to support children with special needs early on. And 4, to integrate mental health education into school curricula to raise awareness and reduce stigma. These policies will help address existing gaps and ensure a brighter future for every child in St. Lucia, where no one is left behind. In conclusion, St. Lucia has made significant progress in promoting children's rights in education and health, aligning with the CRC and the SDGs. However, challenges do remain, particularly in addressing disparities and expanding access to underserved populations. As Nelson Mandela said, there can be no keener revelation of society's soul than the way it treats its children. St. Lucia's efforts are ongoing, and with sustained collaboration, we can ensure every child thrives in a future where no one is left behind. Thank you for your attention. I am happy to take any questions or hear your insight on this very important topic.
And that was Ms. Polis on progress in children's rights in St. Lucia, 35 years after the adoption of the Convention of the Rights of the Child. Of course, we'll start with a question and answer. Any of the judges have a question for Ms. Janique? Go ahead, Ms. Hall.
Good afternoon, Ms. Polias. Your statistics were very, very interesting. I noticed that you had enrollment figures 35 years on. Were you able perhaps to get baseline figures for the beginning of the 35 years so you could see how much the increase had been?
Limitations, that was a part of some of my limitations. Data from that period and the recent period earlier this year was very hard to find, so I was unable to get that data. The one presented in my slides was the one accessible to me, so I tried to make the most out of it.
Thank you so much.
No more questions from the judges. We open the floor to the room. Are there any questions for Janique? Any comments? All right, thank you. Can we have a final round of applause? Well done. All right, so our next presenter will be Adrian Johnson, and he's actually in the room with us, having come all the way from Jamaica, like I said before. His topic is examining the impacts of dancehall music on teens in Jamaica.
As a society, Do you ever stop to examine the impacts of dancehall music on teenagers in Jamaica? According to quantitative research conducted, approximately 63% of adolescents agree that dancehall music promotes violence and sex. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow competitors, good morning to you all. I am Adrian Johnson, a 15-year-old student of William Knibb Memorial High School in Jamaica. It is a great pleasure to be presenting on a research conducted on the theme examining the impacts of dancehall music on teens in Jamaica. In my presentation, I'll be outlining the aims of the research, rights of the child, alignment with sustainable development goals, literature review, methodology, the findings, discussion, and lastly, my policy recommendations. Now let's take a look at the aims of this research. The aims of this research were to discuss the influence of dancehall music on teenagers' behavior, examine dancehall's impact on teenagers on child rights, and identify the impact of dancehall music on sustainable development goals. Now let's move on under the framework of the CRC, Convention of the Child Rights. Two child rights that align with this research are right to safety and protection. This right ensures individuals are free from harm, violence, and exploitation. Every child has the right to be protected from all forms of violence included in dancehall music, and right to non-discrimination and gender equality, equality for all, regardless of gender, age, race, or background. Every child has the right to be free from discrimination, including gender bias. Next, the aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG. The SDGs are aimed to transform our world. They are a call to action to end poverty and inequality, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy health, justice, and prosperity. Two SDGs that aligned with the study were SDG number 3, good health and well-being, ensures healthy lives, promote well-being for all ages. Lyrics promoting risky behaviors like violence and substance use can harm young people's health. And SDG number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, focusing on creating fair, safe, and stable societies through good governance. Lyrics that glorify violence or crime may contribute to aggressive or antisocial behaviors. Now let me enlighten you to the literature review. But before that, please put our attention to this video.
Dancehall is a form of Jamaican popular music that emerged from that country's fertile and diverse music industry in the late 70s. It is the subgenre of reggae. It is widely told that it had its genesis in the political disturbance of the late 1970s and became Jamaica's dominant music in the 80s and 90s.
When I came in music, everything used to play. There was no censorship. No censorship. So I think I could say anything.
Dancehall music as an art form has great influence on the youths.
The video talks about when Jamaica was introduced to dancehall music in the 70s. Back then, there was no censorship because artists thought it was okay to say anything. These music make males feel like they are gangsters or bad men. A Jamaican artist, Mavado, stated, and I quote, "gangster for life," end of quote, which make our children imitate those behaviors. Let's talk about the influence of dancehall music. Dancehall music influences teenagers negatively by encouraging behaviors such as scamming, early sexual activity, violence, and materialism through its violent and sexually explicit lyrics. In 2019, The UNICEF-supported summit found that 1 in 4 Caribbean high school students experience bullied, which made them vulnerable to violence. Additionally, let's talk about the impacts on child rights. Dancehall music often fails to protect children's rights, promoting violence, objectifying females, and harming teenagers' safety and self-esteem. Furthermore, let's talk about the impact on sustainable development goals. Its effects on youth. Dancehall music has positive and negative effects on youth. Positive impacts include creativity, cultural expression, and identity among the teenagers, while negative impacts relate to health, education, and gender equality, which both are linked from SDG number 3 and SDG number 16. Now let's explore the methodology. This study took a quantitative approach. Quantitative research involves collecting and analyzing numerical data to answer questions or solve problems. Benefits of using the quantitative approach is that it can be done online and large amounts of data can be collected quickly. The sampling method that I used to select my participants is a purposive sampling method. Participants are 100 Jamaicans aged from 13 to 17 of both genders. Data shown with bar graphs and pie charts for analysis. Procedure. Parents gave permission. Form was made by Google Forms, and the questionnaire was sent out to the researchers' social media platforms. Let's shift gears to the findings. When asked if they believe that dancehall music promotes violence, attitudes, and behavior towards conflict resolution, 63% of respondents agreed with this notation. Let us listen to this song.
Intellectual murder people edition. Campfire full of gun like Remington. Fully charge up, eager fi kill a man. Ratty gang fi me gang. You run up with your bad. Kryptonite coming to do the most fighting at the middle of the night to make the place get noisy. You never know, see.
This song promotes violence, attitudes, and negative behavior towards conflict resolution. However, dancehall music distracts teens from their education. 49% of respondents are in disagreement. Whereas, when asked if they believe that dancehall music influences teenagers to engage in early sexual activity, 52% of respondents agreed with this notation, while 48% disagreed. Nevertheless, dancehall music promotes teens' attitude towards substance abuse. 66% of respondents are in agreement. Conversely, when asked if they believe that dancehall music makes teens feel connected to their Jamaican culture, an alarming result of 26% of respondents were in disagreement of this notion. Let us consider the discussion. Listening to dancehall music has been linked to alarming trends of violence and premature sexual activity among Jamaican youths. Dancehall music lyrics glorify violence, activity, materialism, promote risky behavior, and violates child rights. Let us put our attention to this song, which promotes sexualization among teenagers.
Wine pan the rhythm and I sit down on the bed. My body right so me man now fi cheat. Phone take a picture, yeah, and that you fit tweet. Tell them y'all them wine, yeah, them careful. Me a pull it and I catch it on the beat. Me just a drop it. How me twerk it and I slap it on the gong like me a map it. How me stuck it and I pop it and I wine it and I lap it. Take a picture, you fi snap it, Facebook it, but crap it.
Let's focus on our attention to the conclusion. It was determined that there are impacts of dancehall music on Jamaican youths. This statement has a lot of negative impact on our youth. It was thus recommended that the necessary implementations be taken to ensure that youths don't get impacted negatively. Now let's take a look on a citizen of society view of dancehall music today.
Dancehall music is so indigenous that, as we have said, if it were to be put on an international market in its purest form, it would be intolerable. We can admit.
So the video is basically saying that dancehall music is getting too inappropriate for our youths. Now let's fly into the policy recommendations. The researcher put in place these policy recommendations to protect our youths from the negative impacts on teenagers. Number 1, policy transport rules. Ban explicit music and dancehall music on buses and taxis while carrying our youths. Number 2, school awareness campaigns. Teach our students critically to elevate the impact of explicit music. Number 3, age restrictions. Restrict youths' access to explicit music through age verification. Number 4, parental support. Provide resources to help parents guide youth on media habits. And lastly, number 5, music industry responsibility. Promote responsible music production and positive messages in our artists' songs. I believe that as a society, if we put these policy recommendations in place, we can prevent our youth from the negative impacts of dancehall music on teenagers. Thank you.
So I saw some squirms. I saw some rehearsing, some singing in the audience. It's safe to say that we've all heard dancehall music before now, right? Uh-huh. So, of course, again, we have another round of applause for Mr. Johnson. So, of course, we open the floor for comments and questions. We turn over to the judges first. Are there any questions from the judges?
I actually have just one question. Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon. Why did you choose a quantitative study for your research project as opposed to a mixed methods or a qualitative approach?
Well, the reason why I chose a quantitative approach is that I believe I don't think no one wants to talk about like why they are getting impacted on this. So I sent out the survey questionnaires so they don't feel like I am invading their privacy, if I'm being clear.
Thank you. And we open the floor. I see persons lining up already. Oh, I'm so sorry. There is another question from the judge.
Yes, just a quick question. First of all, congratulations on your study. I think the surveying Jamaican youth about their attitudes toward music is novel and a really interesting approach. But there are a lot of things that influence behavior and well-being among young people. And I'm curious in terms of interpreting your results and thinking about the implications, what other factors do you think are important besides music or alongside music in shaping youth?
Okay. Other factors that put attitudes, that shape attitudes on the teenagers. I believe that it's what's in their environment, like the factors that show like what environment they're coming from. Like for example, if they're seeing an adult sexually abuse another teenager or adult, I believe that they will try to do it to their peers because they feel like it's okay to do so.
All right, thank you for that response. All right, so we have the first question in house. You can go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there another? Okay. I think you should go ahead.
So, I really liked your questions and your compilation of data and how you looked at it. But I think the thing that was missing for me is your central goal here was to look at what progress has been made. So, in your mind, when you were doing your research, there are laws that are in place to help protect the child from, not going to clubs, underage drinking. There are things like that in place. Have you noticed any adjustment to this based on things that happen in society, given over the 35 years and your research that you saw?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you. All right, and then we will go to the room. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I wanted to know, my question to you was, during your research, did you come across any dancehall artists that have a positive impact on the youth?
Well, yes. I saw an artist. I can't remember the name of the artist, but he sang a song that says, pull up your pants and tuck in your shirt in your waist. That basically saying that he should taking his education seriously, yes, to have a bright future.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. Okay, I see another question.
I just have a comment to make. I think it was the perfect example of the negative effects of music on the youth, not just dance hall, but music in general, when not introduced correctly to children, it can have a negative effect. And it's shown really with how we go to school, how we interact with each other, and it could change the way we think even, because children are impressionable. And what we see, we repeat, even if we do it unconsciously. Because you could be driving along in a van going to school, and you're hearing this music over the radio, and you're going to think, okay, well, let me just block this out. I'm not going to repeat this. But slowly, you could find yourself you could find yourself slowly doing this to it, and vibing. And then when you go to school, and you see these children gathering up together, a thought slips into your mind, and you're like, yo, that girl got one of them boxies that his son was talking about, yeah. Like, you see, it could intrude in your thoughts, because children are impressionable, and that's the way we think, But I just wanted to say that was the perfect example of how, music can negatively impact our youth, and I think it's crucial that we do something about it sooner rather than later. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your comment. All right, thank you so much. The next presenter and the final presenter for this panel is Miss Rihanna Williams. She's also from Jamaica, and she will be presenting on the topic, Progress or Stagnation, Evaluating the Impact of School Hair Grooming Policies on Children's Rights in Jamaica.
Testing? Okay. Every morning, a young girl stares at her reflection, frustration bubbling as she struggles to tame her short, tightly coiled hair. Hours are spent twisting, combing, and smoothing, trying to meet the expectations of a world that doesn't see the beauty in her natural hair. Her mornings are a battle, not only with her hair, but with the standards imposed upon her. that girl could be anyone, and for a time, it was me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rihanna Williams, a student researcher from the Holy Childhood High School in Jamaica, and my topic explores the impact of school hair grooming policies on child's rights. This topic is deeply personal to me, as I've lived through the struggles of not fitting conventional beauty standards with my short, kinky hair. Inspired by shared testimonies and my own experiences, I've delved into this issue to advocate for change, highlighting the biases and texturisms that these policies tend to reinforce. Today, I will guide you through the key elements of my work. Today, my presentation will cover the aims and objectives of my research, the reference to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the connection to the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, my lit review, the methodology, followed by my results and findings, discussion, policy recommendations, and lastly, my conclusion. To ground this in a global context, let us look at how this aligns with the Convention on the Rights of the Child. But before we get on to that, I will tell you a bit of why I decided to look at this topic, or how I went about going about my research. My main aim was to assess the extent to which these rules align with children's rights, such as non-discrimination and respect for cultural identity. The objective tied to this aim was to understand how such rules shape those students' experiences and whether they promote or hinder our rights. This research also sought to inspire dialogue and inform future policy decisions, ensuring inclusivity in educational spaces. Now moving on to the Convention of the Rights of the Child. The CRC, or the Convention on the Rights of the Child, was adopted by Jamaica in 1991. It establishes the rights to non-discrimination, freedom of religion and thought, and education aims as outlined in Articles 2, 14, and 29 respectively. To manipulate students' access to education and targeting ethnic and religious hairstyles are definitely means of violating the rights aforementioned. The following video clips will help to further illustrate this notion. The first video looks at how a student was being barred from his CSEC exams due to the hair grooming policies implemented at his institution.
I'm the parent of a grade 11 student who has exams on the 2nd of May. And this morning he turned up for school and he was locked out because his hair was apparently too high. This is the same hair that he would have worn to school yesterday morning that he would have passed the coordinator with, right? And this morning they decided to take an action without any form of warning. Now I think you would have seen his hair not so long ago, and I'm telling you, the hair is not high. Yes, it's not on the scalp, but it's not high, nor is it not groomed. Mr. Mari normally uses the term groomed.
As you would have seen, this video would have shown that of all the days that could be affected by this restriction, one of the most important days, his CSEC exam period, was affected due to insignificant reasons. The second video highlights how a young female student was barred and prevented from being admitted into her new school due to her refusal to cut her locks.
Dale and Shireen Virgo put on a brave face after leaving court on Friday. They'd been embroiled in an almost 2-year court battle with the Kensington Primary School in Portmore St. Catherine over their daughter's hair. She's a Rastafarian. The parents were told in 2018 that in order for the child to be admitted to the school, she would have to cut her hair. The school arguing that it was for health reasons and it did not want a lice outbreak.
this clip focused not only on the right to religious freedom, but also on the right to non-discrimination, because we all know that lice is not limited to only the texture of locks. These two videos illustrate how students' rights are violated. So far, we can already deduce that the groups categorized as minorities are the ones that are being targeted. Let us now connect these challenges to the Sustainable Development Goals. The two Sustainable Development Goals emphasized in my research are Goals 4 and 10. Goal 4 focuses on quality education, advocating for inclusive and equitable education for all students. Secondly, Goal 10 highlights reduced inequalities, aiming to address systematic disparities and promote greater social inclusion across all levels of society. These goals are central to understanding how grooming policies impact students' rights and their well-beings. Now, let us take a look at the existing literature that informed my research. The second video that was shown before highlighted it was an incident that took place in 2020. And following the timeline of continuous violations to our rights, 2 years later down the line, the sixth formers of Manning School were prohibited from wearing Bantu knots or Chinese bumps in their school leaving photos, which sparked a discourse around discrimination and bias. A Rastafarian mother expressed frustration, noting that complaints about her child's hair persisted, even though it is neatly wrapped every day, as reported by a local newspaper, The Star, in 2023. My literature review utilized a flow from various sources, illustrating problems to their impacts and then their proposed solutions. The primary issue identified within schools is the discretionary power they hold in implementing policies, allowing them to exercise professional judgment despite the Ministry of Education's introduction of the student dress and grooming policy in 2023. This discretion has contributed to cultural discrimination and inconsistent enforcement practices. The impact of such creates a breach in the 4th and 10th Sustainable Development Goals, tearing apart the unity that these goals aim to foster. Advocacy calls for strict adherence to the national policy as emphasized by the former Ministry of Education, Youth and Skills, Honorable Favour Williams. Building on these insights, I developed a methodology to explore this issue further. This study was conducted using a mixed methods technique. For my qualitative aspect, I conducted interviews with a student, a guidance counselor, and a past student council president to obtain their personal narratives and perspectives on the matter. For my quantitative component, I distributed surveys to 65 students of rural secondary schools to collect data on the impact of grooming policies on students across various schools. This approach enabled me to capture both the emotional and statistical aspects of these topics. Now let us move on to the results and findings. My research findings revealed that 90% of participants felt excluded due to the stringent grooming policies in place, while 23 participants, which is less than half of the 68 in total, reported seeing some progress, while 65% indicated no noticeable changes, suggesting that significant work is left to be done. The interview responses can be summarized as follows. Participants expressed concerns about the strict and unfair implementation of grooming standards, which they claimed caused distress and hindered self-expression and cultural identity. Participants protested the limitation on extensions, the use of ambiguous phrases like unkempt and unprofessional, and the marginalization of black pupils. Recommendations included allowing extensions with guidelines, promoting cultural diversity throughout the year, and including students in developing more inclusive policies. Now that we have reviewed my key findings from the survey and interviews, let us delve into the discussion. It is good that we not only view the statistics, but it is also imperative that we ask ourselves a few questions. The research explores how grooming policies continue to spark debates over their impact on students' cultural and religious rights. Based on the findings and literature presented, we can ask ourselves a few questions. What does it mean for 90% of the participants to feel a sense of exclusion? Are the policies that detrimental? What is meant by bias enforcement concerns by students are constantly reported? Are we really that indifferent to the voices of our students, the very beings that we are responsible for? What do you mean you prevent students from attending school due to their religious and cultural identity expressed through their hair? Every child can learn. Every child must learn. The slogan plastered on banners and mainstream media. But are we 100% allowing them to? These findings challenge us to reconsider whether our policies truly support inclusivity and respect for cultural and religious identities, and whether we genuinely foster an environment where all students can thrive and express themselves freely. Next up, we will hear from secondary school students as they share recommendations developed by the researcher for improving school hair grooming policies. We recommend that the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, the Minister of Culture, and the Child Protection and Family Services agencies to
in the ministry to make culturally accepted hairstyles appropriate every day and not just for special events at school.
And the ministry to enforce consequences for staff who discriminate against students' cultural hairstyles.
Recommend the ministry to incorporate students' concerns into hair policies through open forums.
We recommend the ministry to train teachers to approach cultural and religious diversity respectfully.
We ask that these suggestions are taken into consideration to create and advocate for a more inclusive and culturally respectful school environment. Now, to sum up my entire presentation, I ask that you all direct your attention to my conclusion.
In conclusion, students' cultural identity, their rights to education, participation, and inclusion are all violated due to the inconsistent enforcement of hair grooming standards in Jamaica. Policies need to be modified to address this, thus allowing for more cultural expression, while also guaranteeing adherence to the Sustainable Development Goals and the Convention on the Rights of the Child.
Thank you all for your attention, and I welcome all questions from the judges and the audience.
Can I have another round of applause? I saw some eyes wide open, some heads nodding. I think we have a lot to say. I will hand over to the judges. Are there any questions at this time? No questions from the judges? No comments?
Apparently, we don't have any questions, but we do have congratulations on an excellent.
Thank you very much.
All right, we turn over to the floor. Are there any questions, any comments on the presentation? You can go ahead.
The government, right? What if the schools don't listen to the policy recommendations that the government put in place for them? What do you think could be done?
Okay, thank you for that question, Adrian. I believe that it is important for our students, especially our children, to know that they have access to certain institutions and individuals, especially professionals who have the ability and the responsibility to help our students. Because a lot of times our students are dealing with all these struggles and problems and they do not know who to go regardless. We have the Ministry of Education, we have our polices, we have our guidance counselors, and we as children we have the right to report these issues, especially if they are enforced by our very own schools.
Thank you for that response. I actually do have a question for you. So in your research, I noted that there was a gap in terms of, you mentioned that the former minister would have been urging schools to abide by the guidelines and, allow entry into schools. Do you think that the issue is not necessarily a policy one, but a cultural one, given that based on the study that you'd have done, you'd have highlighted that there are policies, there are provisions in place to address the issue, but it's not been implementation. So for that gap, do you think it's a cultural issue, why it's not being implemented?
Based on my discussion, I pointed out that one issue, or the main issue, that allows for the continuation of the schools to be inappropriately enforcing certain rules, especially given the fact that our ministry had said so-and-so do not behave as demanding and stringent. As mentioned in my discussion, the main problem is the discretionary power. As you said, it can fall into place as to say it is a cultural problem, and also the fact that our administrators, they're using their personal judgment to foster these rules.
Thank you. So that concludes all our presentations. Again, can I just have a round of applause for those online? We still have Miss Polis online and those in the room. So just a reminder, as we're about to transition for lunch, this is the oral presentation. So the judges will confer. The announcement of the winners of all the competition, the posters, the essay, will be done after lunch. So we look forward to that session. We reconvene shortly after lunch back in this room. Thank you.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development, so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study
Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, "I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to that universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity."
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, "I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to that universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, we. This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? Huh, no progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to that universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, we. This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? Huh, no progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, we. This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? Huh,
Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, we. This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell since I this small. How the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? Huh, no progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to that universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to that universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, we. This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? Huh, no progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade, and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to that universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that?
UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to that universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, we. This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade, and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, we. This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? Huh, no progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch, and welcome to those on UWITV. This segment is the essay competition, and first up, we have Kayla Higgins, who will read her essay.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Higgins, and I attend Harrison College. My topic is the progress of the Convention of the Rights of a Child in Barbados. The Convention of the Rights of a Child gives children the right to be protected. However, is everything being done to ensure that all children are being protected in Barbados? The Child Act 2024 has been created, but has it been effectively implemented and enforced? Failure to provide all children with a safe environment free from violence and limited educational awareness of the child's right to protection prevents this goal from being achieved. Legislation has been created in Barbados to ensure that all children have the right to protection. Examples of such laws include the Child Protection Act 2024, Part 4, Care and Protection Order, which aims to protect children from all forms of abuse and exploitation. However, the necessary facilities to properly implement some aspects of this law effectively do not currently exist in Barbados. As Kirk Humphrey stated in the April 13, 2024 edition of Barbados Today, a building will be renovated to create a secure treatment facility for abused children, and I quote, to address the children in care who need extra attention, end of quote. Here they will receive the special care they deserve and need to heal from trauma. Without sufficient facilities, some children may have nowhere to go and could potentially remain in an abusive environment. Lack of enforcement against child abusers is a serious issue facing Barbados. The length of time taking to prosecute an abuser or to take the case to court is too long. For example, on Barbados Today's May 8, 2021 edition, child advocate Shelley Harris made a reference to a case where an abuser was sentenced 14 years after the abuse occurred. This therefore leads to the child not getting the justice they deserve for the violation of their rights. This is evident in the Minister of People Empowerment speech during a press briefing on April 4, 2024, and I quote, "It concerns me that an incident could occur where a child is pretty much a baby and not be tried until the person is fully grown," end of quote. Barbados can only achieve the objectives of the Convention of the Rights of a Child when the laws made to protect children can be fully enforced in an efficient and effective manner by the judicial system. Even the school environment, which should always be a shelter space for children, is becoming unsafe. This is due to the violence currently being displayed in schools. Reported in Barbados Today, 2 stabbing incidents occurred during the first 2 weeks of this academic year. This shows that children could be subjected to abuse, even in a place where they should be safe. It is essential for children to have a safe environment to thrive. The limited knowledge taught in school about the child's right to protection prevents this goal from being properly achieved. Civics, which teaches children about their rights and accompanying responsibilities, is now being taught as a separate subject in schools. However, only 4 rights are required to be taught as part of the syllabus, leaving the possibility of the right to be protected not being taught. If this occurs, children will not be aware of how to identify abuse, what to do when it happens, and what to do for help. This could result in the abuse continuing and never being addressed because the child does not know how to report the abuse. In many cases, only the child and the abuser are aware of what's happening. Therefore, no one else can report the abuse. Civics should ensure that all children's rights are being taught. Barbados has made steady progress towards the achievement of the goal of the right of a child to be protected, including the passing of the Child Protection Act 2024. However, more still needs to be done to create safer environments for children. It is crucial we ensure all children are protected by full implementation and enforcement of the legislation. Let's work together to protect all children and their future through continuous awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next essay is by Osa Marie Hunter from Dominica, and that one is going to be featured through video.
Good
day, everyone. My name is Osamari Hunter. I'm 13 years old and I'm from the country of Dominica. I am currently in Form 3 at the Convent High School. My topic for my essay was the Convention on the Rights of the Child at 35. How much progress have we really made in the Caribbean? The United Nations defines a child as a person below the age of 18. In 1989, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child was adopted, detailing the economic, political, health, social, civil, and cultural rights of the child. Article 24 is one of the most consequential articles, stating that the party recognize the rights of the child to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health and to facilities for the treatment of illness and rehabilitation of health. Dominica has done much to achieve Article 24. The focus of the country has been to decrease infant and child mortality, ensure prenatal and postnatal care, and to provide necessary primary health care to all children while combating disease and malnutrition. One focus of Article 24 is to diminish infant and child mortality and to ensure prenatal and postnatal health care for mothers. According to Pan American Health Organization, between 2000 and 2022, infant mortality in Dominica decreased from 17.5 to 10.7 deaths per 1,000 live births, a decrease of 38.9%. Both prenatal and postnatal care are free in public healthcare systems and available at all healthcare centers on island, making these services affordable and accessible. Additionally, pregnant women receive lessons in childcare, breastfeeding, hygiene, and other important topics. The clinics are also staffed with trained nurses and midwives like at the main hospital, Dominica China Friendship Hospital, where there is a neonatal intensive care unit with neonatologists and other trained staff. Another focus of Article 24 is providing necessary health care to all children, with emphasis on primary health care. In Dominica's public sector, primary health care and hospital care, basic medications, and vaccines are free for children. There is also a school health program where nurses visit schools to give vaccines and ensure that children are well and growing properly. Free dental care for children is also available at health centers. Further, when monies are not available, there is a financial aid project funded and managed by the Dominica Social Security, which provides funds to pay for overseas medical treatment of children if care is unaffordable and or unavailable on island. Article 24 also focuses on combating diseases and malnutrition, providing adequate nutritious foods and clean drinking water. Considering the dangers and risk of environmental pollution, this is to ensure that society, particularly parents and children, have basic education about health and nutrition, benefits of breastfeeding, hygiene, and environmental sanitation to remain healthy. The Environmental Health Department and National Water Company have strict standards ensuring that people have access to clean drinking water. Feeding programs exist in some schools, ensuring that students receive healthy meals. Financial support is also provided by social services to families in need under the Public Assistance Program. Further, the Maintenance of Children Act of 2023 has strengthened the state's ability to ensure that non-custodial parents provide financial support for their children. Health and Family life education is taught at schools where topics like healthy lifestyles, sexual and mental health, and drug abuse are discussed. Schools have environmental and forage clubs which help promote agriculture and protection of the environment. Article 24 of the Convention of the Rights of the Child focuses on children's rights to health. While there is room for improvement, Dominica has done a wonderful job following this article. The success of the country has occurred because it has concentrated on decreasing infant and child mortality, ensuring prenatal and postnatal care, providing necessary health care to all children, and combating disease and malnutrition. The specific actions towards addressing Article 24 include making healthcare affordable and accessible at all levels, and especially care of expectant mothers and children. Dominica has certainly made great strides by providing the necessary financial support and creating and enforcing relevant laws. Most notably, continual support from the Ministry of Education and other NGO and charity organizations has all played a significant role in achieving this progress. Thank you for listening to my essay.
Next, we have Nazar Ishmael from Barbados.
Good evening. Today I will be speaking on the Convention of the Rights of a Child Act 35. How much progress have we really made in the Caribbean? The United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child, commonly abbreviated as the CRC, or UNCRC, is an international human rights treaty which sets out the civil, political, economic, social, health, and cultural rights of children. The convention defines a child as any human being under the age of 18 unless the age of majority is attained earlier under national legislation. The convention was implemented in 1989 by the UNCRC, also known as the United Nations Committee on the Rights of a Child, and was adopted by every country in the world except the United States of America. The convention includes 54 articles. In this essay, I will share my perspective on children's rights to be free from poverty and how I see this accomplished in my home country of Barbados. The UNCRC takes a wide view on poverty, and there are a lot of articles that speak on poverty. However, I will focus on Article 27 as the basis of my analysis. Article 27 reads as follows. Number 1, parties recognize the right of every child to a standard of living adequate for the child's physical, mental, spiritual, moral, and social development. 2, the parents or others responsible for the child have the primary responsibility to secure, within their abilities and financial capacities, the conditions of living necessary for the child's development. 3, states parties, in accordance with national conditions and within their means, shall take appropriate measures to assist parents and others responsible for the child to implement this right, and shall, in case of need, provide material assistance and support programs, particularly with regard to nutrition, clothing, and housing. 4, states parties shall take all appropriate measures to secure the recovery of maintenance for the child from the parents or others having financial responsibility for the child, both within the state party and from abroad. In particular, where the person having financial responsibility for the child lives in a state different from the child, states parties shall promote the accession to international agreements or the conclusion of such agreements, as well as the making of other appropriate arrangements. My source was ohchr.org. The Child Care Board, CCB, in Barbados specializes in taking care of and providing housing for children in homes in cases where parents are not able to keep their children at home. This is really helpful in fighting poverty by ensuring that we do not see homeless children on the roads. The CCB gives counseling for children and their parents and guardians who need housing. At all the public schools in Barbados, the school meal service, which started in March of 1963, provides children daily with a hot meal at lunchtime during each school term. These meals include very nutritious items, such as vegetables and protein, and some foods come with juice. Fruit is served with each meal for nutritional benefits. Children who do not have a packed lunch or money can go to their school meals area and eat. Lastly, I would like to talk about the Welfare Department in Barbados. The Welfare Department provides professional social work services geared towards the resolution of individual and family problems. They also focus on the enhancement of personal and social development. The Welfare Department specializes in helping families in need of help and has a very special agenda when it comes to dealing with children. I hope that the UNCRC is still around later in my life, maybe 50 years from now, because what it represents plays an important role in child protection and within history. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next essay will be done by Ariel Alexander, who is from Trinidad and Tobago, and that feature will also be done on video.
My name is Ariel Alexander, and I am from Southeast Port of Spain Secondary School. I'm going to read an essay about the rights of a child. Children's rights are a mix of economic, social, and cultural rights, such as the right to education, the right to a decent standard of living, the right to health, etc. Children's rights include individual rights, the right to live with his or her parents, the right to benefit from protection, etc. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago ratified Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child on December 5, 1991, 2 years after it was adopted by the UN General Assembly on November 20, 1989. The CRC was a response to the growing awareness of children's privileges and the need to protect them from abuse, neglect, and exploitation. It was influenced by the work of human rights activists and organizations who had advocating for children's rights for decades. There are various articles explaining the rights of a child. Let's use the right to education as an example. The right to education in Trinidad and Tobago has seen significant progress over the years. Access to education has been a priority for the government, and various initiatives have been put in place to ensure that all individuals have access to quality education. One of the key milestones in Trinidad and Tobago's educational landscape was the introduction of free education, including secondary and tertiary education, in the 1970s. This policy has led to increased access and enrollment rates, particularly for marginalized communities. Furthermore, the government has invested heavily in education, with ongoing efforts to improve infrastructure, resources, and teacher training. In recent years, initiatives have focused on promoting inclusive education, with a focus on special needs education. Trinidad and Tobago, in particular, has seen progress in education. Additionally, the government has implemented initiatives promoting inclusivity and digital literacy, such as the use of computers during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the priority to ensure all students in the educational system be comfortable with their learning environment and a proper learning curricula, highlighting a shift towards comprehensive and accessible learning opportunities with healthy learning and processing patterns. Trinidad and Tobago has also been a signatory to several international conventions and treaties, such as the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Children, which promote equal access to education for all individuals. Before the rights to education was recognized in Trinidad and Tobago, access to education was often limited by factors such as poverty, gender, and geographic locations. In the past, only a privileged few had access to formal schooling, with most children working in agriculture and other industries to support their families. This lack of access to education perpetuated inequality and limited opportunities for social mobility and economic growth. Now that we have this advantage in learning today with accessible information on the internet and the use of online learning platforms such as Pinnacle, the GATE program for upcoming business owners and such, in 2024, 95.47% of written CAPE subjects entirely achieve acceptable passes, which is 29 students more than 2023, 66.77%. Regarding the future, Trinidad and Tobago is likely to continue working towards ensuring universal access to high-quality education. This might involve further investment in infrastructure such as construction of new schools and refurbishment of existing ones. Additionally, the government is likely to continue its efforts to support special needs education to ensure that all individuals can access education in today's rapidly changing digital world. This would include the idea of bringing back the giving out free tablets and laptops suggestion during the lockdown and also upgrading national libraries in and out of school. Maybe even publishing even more visual learning booklets and for students who find it easier to learn that way, and more Braille books for the blind children. This would also include school feeding, free textbooks, more scholarship programs, book grants, free bus transport to and from school as long as they are in proper uniform, which will aid in the educational system to be more equitable and in turn will have higher enrollment into universities. I would also like to mention that security in all schools as well as safety precautions during dangerous situations like fires and as well fix the security of the schools that are vulnerable to harmful environmental distress and physical harm in any cases necessary. From doing any of these, in my opinion, we would greatly benefit the children who struggle financially. In summary, the government's efforts in improving the learning system is slow but surely going to make a better environment for all children in Trinidad and Tobago. In addition to conjuncting with international commitments, have contributed to a positive trajectory in the country's educational landscapes. The right to education has seen major improvements since 1989, with the United Nations Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals focusing on improving access to quality education for all individuals. We also discussed that in due time, we will have the best learning spaces to enable our minds for great things.
All right, we are at the final featured student for the essay competition, and that is Miss Kiara Collymore.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kiara Collymore, and I'm 13 years old. I attend Harrison College. My essay is about the rights of the child. The rights children in Barbados have to education, and my topic is the Convention of the Rights of the Child, Act 35. Did you know that approximately 250 million children all over the world don't have access to education? However, in Barbados, only 10% of children are out of school. This may seem like a low number, but that's 28,000 children without access to proper education. This lifestyle gives way to a life of crime, delinquency, drug use, illiteracy, and much more. However, there's a very puzzling question at hand. Since it's illegal to prohibit a child from school, does this mean that authorities aren't adequately doing their job, or were these children once enrolled but not able to finish school? There are many perspectives on this topic, hence why this essay covers the effects of being unable to go to school on the children, the people around them, and what we can do to stop it. Being unable to go to school can oftentimes leave a child feeling left out, many times not having anything meaningful to do. Subsequently, with full education, there aren't many career options. Therefore, there's a good chance that these children will grow up to do crime, indulge in drugs, be illiterate, and unable to function in society properly, meaning that it should be adhered to before the situation gets out of hand. Usually, it's not the child's fault. It's the guardian's responsibility to make sure that their child is enrolled into school. Nonetheless, due to the rising prices in this economy, some parents are unable to afford the cost of education. Consequently, we should care about the parents just as much as the children, considering that the parents' lack of money may be a result of no education as well. Basically, of that mere 10%, 5% could develop to be bad influences on our society. Crime affects our civilization in many ways, mentally and physically. Violence like mass shootings and various types of gun violence are gradually inching their way into Barbados every single day. The majority of perpetrators, seemingly youthful individuals with no career and aren't enrolled into any academic institutions, nor partaking in any meaningful extracurricular activities. I can safely deduce that these youngsters and their guardians didn't pursue further education for them. It's getting to a point where 17-year-olds in our society are being accused of murder, and I can guarantee you if these adolescents were in some form of educational institution, they wouldn't have time for such malevolence. These occurrences can be frustrating mentally. Think of how parents must feel their child knowing that their child could be in danger whilst doing a simple thing like walking to school. Spending years raising and investing in a child for them to be unlawfully killed or fatally injured would feel devastating, not to mention heartbreaking. In short, benightiness can lead to a significant rise in the crime rate. Drug use can result in many things, often depression, vagrancy, and even death. These persons may feel the need to use drugs to escape the harsh reality of being jobless, illiterate, etc. The sad truth is that they may not realize the harm that comes from doing drugs due to ignorance and lack of education. Juveniles are very impressionable but ignorant to reality. Subsequently, narcotics are common among teenagers, especially those out of school. Lastly, we should do more to protect these individuals, including establishing methods to contact the impoverished, particularly uneducated youth. I'm convinced that if parents are purposely stopping a child from attending school, they should face the authorities regardless. Help should then be determined from there onwards. Education is a fundamental pillar in our society, and it teaches us to be cultured, learning the ways of life. Thus, it should be available to everyone. Churches, clubs, and any organization within the reach of children should publicly aid anyone facing these challenges. It should be broadcasted, certifying the reach of the right audience. There's also the option nonprofit organizations. These establishments should make unschooled youth more known to the public, showcasing their willingness to help. In conclusion, despite the problem at hand and the negative effects, there are definitely ways we can turn this around, making Barbados a better, safer place for you and for me. Thank you for listening to my essay.
Thank you. A big round of applause to everyone and their parents. Thank you. Okay, our next feature will be the poster competition, and the chairperson is Ms. Tull from UNICEF Eastern Caribbean area. One moment, please. Just give us a moment, please. Thank you.
Hello? Perfect. I shall compose myself. Okay, apologies for that. We're now going on to the poster composition. 2 minutes too late, but here we are. And we're going to start off with Arya Ramdas from Trinidad and Tobago, whom I'm assuming is online.
Hello, my name is Arya Ramdas and I am a 9-year-old pupil at Avocat Vedic School in Trinidad. Today I am proud to be presenting a short description on my poster titled Keep Protecting Me TNT. It shows how my country, Trinidad and Tobago, is working to achieve the right to protection of me. It was made on poster board using acrylic paint, markers, ink, and chalk pastels. The dark colors at the top of my poster represent the evil monsters of abuse, violence, and harm that some children experience. The vibrant rainbow of colors below it symbolizes Trinidad and Tobago's efforts to push away these evil forces. A child is highlighting the fact that our government developed a national child policy along with Section 22 of the Children's Authority Act to guide citizens on how we, the children, should be cared for, treated, and protected. She is also holding onto a heart balloon which represents the Children's Authority, which was established to advocate for our rights. A wide smile is plastered onto her face because she knows that they are easy to access by dialing the numbers 996 or by visiting their website www.ttchildren.org. Beside her, the logo for the Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago is proudly displayed to show that we have our own children's court too. I chose to include two well-known non-governmental organizations in my poster as well, Childline and Kids in Need of Direction, or KIND, KIND. They dedicate valuable time and resources to ensure we are safe, happy, and can receive help when necessary any day, anytime. As you can see from my poster, Trinidad and Tobago is working hard to uphold my right of protection. And as a child, I am happy to know this. Thank you for listening. I hope you like my poster. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Arya Ramdas of Trinidad and Tobago. We loved your poster. And now we move on to Jordan Dehere from Barbados. Is Jordan here? No Jordan Dahari from Barbados, so we move swiftly on to Kaylin Donawa of Trinidad and Tobago, who I guess is also online.
My name is Kaylin Donawa and I am 8 years old. I live in Trinidad and Tobago and attend Sacred Heart Boys RC School. I am grateful for the opportunity to have my poster featured in the 19th Annual Caribbean Child Research Conference. My poster is about Article 31, the right of a child to rest, play, culture, and arts. In Trinidad and Tobago, every child has the right to rest, relax, play, and take part in cultural and creative activities. As you can see on my poster, I drew children in the park relaxing on a hammock and on a mat. I also drew on my poster children playing football, which I like to do. On this side, you can see children playing Kitty's Carnival as the Midnight Rubber, Moko Jumbies, and a sailor. We also take part in the arts by playing drums, which I like to play all around the house, and our national instrument, the steel pan. Thank you for listening to me describe my poster. Have a great day. Bye.
Okay, I have another list here for the real Bajans who are here. And we're going to call up Ava Marie Harvey. Ava Marie, are you here? Make your way to the front. What's going to say?
Hello, my name is Ava Marie Harvey, and I attend the St. Gabriel School. I would like to share with you what I think about the right to create art. Children have the right to create art. We deserve to express our feelings through art. From a very young age, I have used art as a form of self-expression through drawing, painting, pottery, crochet, knitting, origami, and other art forms. I believe that children should have access to create art, no matter who they are and where they come from. As the next generation of future leaders, to create, we must be supported by our families, school, and our communities to help improve our creativity and talents. Many people believe that children should focus on subjects like math, grammar, and science, and that spending time on art is a waste of time. This is what I have depicted in my poster. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ava Marie Harvey. We didn't see your poster, but I'm sure it was wonderful and beautiful. The next person we have is Anais, is that how you pronounce it? Waterman. Anais Waterman, are you here? Do we have Anais's poster available, or will we just have to imagine it?
My name is Anais Waterman. I am from St. Gabriel School and I am 9 years old. My poster depicts 3 children and they are each a different religion. Since they are different religions, they aren't the same. Even though they aren't the same religion, they still are allowed to play with each other and have each a good education at any school. Even if they are told to do something that is not their religion, like something like go to a church or somewhere else of a different religion, they might not be able to go there, but they can't be forced to. That's all I have to say.
I have to take my glasses off, I can't see properly. I mispronounced it. I would say Anais, but it's Anne, I think, Waterman, Barbados. Lovely presentation, thanks very much, well done. And then we have two more. The penultimate young person who wants to share their artistic ideas is Faith Williams of Trinidad and Tobago. Faith, take it away.
Hi, my name is Faith Williams, and I am 9 years old. The right of a child I choose to highlight is access to easy access to education, country of Trinidad and Tobago, and first is this right. Hi, my name is Faith Williams, and I am 9 years old. The right of a child I choose to highlight is access to easy access to education, country of Trinidad and Tobago, and first is this right of a child by providing free education for students from primary school all the way to university. Also provides free textbook, rental for students. This for students as well. The textbooks they need for school at the beginning of the school year and return it at the end of the school year. Also, my country provides free public transport for all school children in the school uniform on PTSC buses. I am very thankful that my country provides easy access to education.
That's lovely. Faith Williams, Trinidad and Tobago. And our last person of the day is Zuri Waterman from Barbados.
Hi, my name is Zuri Waterman. I am 9 years old and I go to St. Gabriel's School. I think every child has the right to peace because many children die from abuse and guardians not taking good care of them. I believe that every child deserves peace because it could help them to get away from all the troubles that could make them sad, sick, ill, or make them feel that they are not good enough. I think all children have the right to peace, even if they are tall, short, disabled, rich, poor, boy or girl, or if they wear glasses. If we all take care of this and treat people properly, we would all be able to achieve this goal.
Hi, I don't know if anyone can see it, but I'm going to try and hold it up so you can have a little bit of an... Oh! Thank you so much, thank you. So I do really need my glasses. So thanks very much. Can we have a round of applause for Aria, for Ava Marie, for Kaylin, for Faith and Zuri, please. One more round of applause for our brave and talented artists. Now, I think we have a short, I'm going to put my glasses back on because I really can't see. I think we have a short break now where we will, is someone saying something? Is someone telling me something? We have a short break now and then we'll come back and we'll be able to give out the awards after a short deliberation and the collation of marks will come back. So you can stretch your legs or whatever for about 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, and then we'll come back. Thanks so much. Thank you.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could change a life. A world where everyone, no matter their background, has the right to speak, create, and connect. That's the power of freedom of expression. But today, millions of children still can't raise their voices. They're silenced by poverty, conflict, and fear. Their ideas, their dreams, locked away. This isn't about words. It's about the freedom to learn, to question, and to grow. When we protect every child's right to speak, we ignite change. Stand up, speak out, and inspire us all.
I had to fix up my life, This heat wave making me realize I can't go to hell. Since I this small, how the classroom hot like fire, but now it's a different kind of heat. My grandchildren burning. How the children go study like that? No progress.
The UNCRC Article 28 says that every child has the right to an education. But this heat affects our quality of education. We need help to beat this heat.
In the news today, how to improve education by beating the heat. Put adequate cooling measures, AC and fans in classrooms, provide cool drinking water available for students, improve the quality of physical infrastructure to restrict sun exposure, such as covered walkways, plant trees for shade and put plants in classrooms to cool the atmosphere. A comfortable classroom and a cool school contributes to a child's better education.
A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. I am who I am within the confines of my body and immediate environment, shaped by family values and cultural norms. And as I take my place in this wider space called the world, I offer the gift of the uniqueness of my being, adding my voice to the universal chorus. Though mellow, it is no less profound, for its tone is enriched with the echoes of my ancestry and the pulse of my geography. I shall not be deterred by opposing cantors bellowing loudly, for within me are organized thoughts that beg to be heard. I must therefore stand for who I am, for I have the right to an identity.
A healthy, clean environment can nurture a child's ability to reach their fullest potential. Basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and clean water are necessary. However, quality health care and a solid education are all required for a child's development. Children require a standard of living that is good for their development. Future development so they can create a more sufficient standard of living.
Imagine a world where your voice could
Hold my hand, understand. I need you, you need me too. I need love, I need care. Treat me fair, please be there. Love for every child, care for every child, hope for every child, peace for every child. I have rights, I have needs, I have feelings, don't hurt me. I love you, you love me, protect me, I need safety. A home for every child, food for every child, education for every child, protection for every child. Build a better world for every boy and girl. We are your treasure, so protect our future. Help us all to grow, to see a better tomorrow.
So we're just going to give everyone 2 minutes to take their seats and then we can go.
Welcome back for those joining virtually, the schools, the parents, the well-wishers. Welcome back to the final ceremony of the 19th Annual Caribbean Child Research Conference. Can I have some claps, some excitement? Are we happy to be here? All right, so this is the most anticipated session of the entire conference, I imagine, the awards ceremony. So I know time is upon us, so we will go through in terms of the competitions. As you know, we would have had 3 separate competitions: the child research paper competition, the essay competition, and also the poster competition. Submissions were received from students across over 10 countries and across primary and secondary schools as well. So the first announcement we will actually have for the award winners will be for the poster competition. Let's make some noise for those who would have submitted. And we want to congratulate all who would have submitted, all who would have participated. We know it takes a lot for you to put yourself out there, and we're very happy that you have chosen to do so. So we will be having presentations for general token for our Bayesian students. This, of course, will be done by Dr. Lisa McLean Trotman from UNICEF Eastern Caribbean. Can we welcome Dr. Trotman up, please? So we can't have posters without seeing posters, right? So there were 2 posters that weren't seen, that weren't played before, that weren't shown before, from Ava Marie Harvey. I think the technicians are saying they have it up on cue. Isn't that lovely? There is another one by Anis Waterman, this is a poster competition after all, we have to see it, right? So the technicians will also help us with that one. Quite nice. Every child has a right to their religion, I concur. All right, so Dr. McLean Trotman from UNICEF Eastern Caribbean will be presenting the general tokens to our Bayesian students. First up, we have Anis Waterman from the St. Gabriel's School in Barbados. And she read so eloquently. She spoke about her poster with such passion. Congratulations. All right, next up, and I'm told that they are twins, actually. We have Zuri Waterman, also from the St. Gabriel's School in Barbados. Congratulations. Well done. And finally, for the general tokens, we have Ava Marie Harvey. Well done. All right, so in terms of the rankings of the posters, no. I think this is where you have the da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. All right, in 3rd place, this is a regional conference and a regional competition, and the awards speak to that. In 3rd place, we have Faith Williams, who would have seen her recording previously, from the Maribel Anglican Primary School in Trinidad and Tobago. That's 3rd place. 2nd place, we have Kaylan Donawa. I apologize if I butchered your name. From the Sacred Heart Boys RC in Trinidad and Tobago. And in first place for the posters, we have Aria Ramdas from Avocat Vedic School in Trinidad and Tobago. And please note that all the competition prizes will be sent to the awardees. A round of applause again for our poster submissions. All right, so next we move on to the essay competition, and the general tokens will be presented to the Barbadian students by Mr. Patrick Knight from UNICEF Eastern Caribbean. So first up for the general tokens, we have Miss Kayla Higgins from Harrison College in Barbados. Well done. And then we have Kiera Collymore, also from Harrison College in Barbados. And finally, again, Harrison College from Barbados, Nazar Ishmael. All right, in terms of the competition rankings for the essay competition, in third place, we have Bradley Ramjohn from ASA Boys College in Trinidad and Tobago. In second place, we have Ariel Alexander, also from Trinidad and Tobago. And in first place, we have Ussa Marie Hunter from the Convent High School in Dominica. A round of applause for our essay submissions. All right, so now we come to the research papers. We've heard all these wonderful, dance hall and hair grooming, all these wonderful research papers. So now we will go into the special awards for the research presentations, paper presentations. These awards will be presented by Mr. Kareem Smith from UNICEF Eastern Caribbean. So for this section, we had 3 categories. We had Best Methodology, Best Written Paper, and Best Oral Presentation. The Best Written Paper prize goes to, drum rolls, Miss Rihanna Williams from Holy Childhood High School, Jamaica. Congratulations indeed. The best written paper also goes to Miss Rihanna Williams from Holy Childhood, Jamaica. Sorry. Best methodology. Yeah, the written paper was before. Apologies. So she has been awarded Best Methodology and Best Written Paper. And the final award in this section is the Best Oral Presentation. I think we all have comments about who that should be, but the judges have confirmed that it is Miss Rihanna Williams from Holy Childhood High School in Jamaica. Congratulations. Congratulations again. So before we go into the ranking for the award of the research papers, I invite Ms. Varsha Prasad, School for Graduate Studies and Research, to give a brief overview of the judging process for the research papers. And please note also that while the essay competition and the poster competition were prejudged, the research paper competition, a section of it, which is the oral presentation, was judged today. So I invite Ms. Prasad to make her remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm fortunate enough to have been one of the judges of the 25 research projects submitted by students from across the Caribbean as participants in the Outstanding Child Researcher Competition, organized as a component of this 19th Annual Caribbean Child Research Conference, and a judge of the top 6 research projects selected and presented here today. I say I am fortunate because the range of research topics addressed, the quality of research conducted, and the work effort required to conduct the research is truly impressive. I therefore wish to thank and commend all of the students who participated for committing the time, effort, and talent to making this research component of our conference a resounding success. It is not only a success from the point of view of the individual student achievements, but also through its potential impacts on Caribbean countries by analyzing their progress towards ensuring that the rights of Caribbean children are being increasingly respected, and in identifying the many remaining areas that need to be addressed. The research conducted ranged from a specific focus on what progress has been made in enacting policies and legislation to protect child's rights since the ratification of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child by Caribbean countries, to the current social phenomena that have the potential to impact negatively on children and adolescents, such as the influence of dancehall music, the influence of recreational drug use, the influence of school hair grooming policies, and self-mutilation among adolescents, as we so eloquently heard today. It must be noted that those who participated in this exercise have learned or refined their research skills that will serve them well as they move forward in their academic journey. As true of all competitions, there must be winners, and those students who have presented their research here today have been specifically recognized as such by having been invited to present. But those students who are not here in person should also celebrate their success and achievements. The effort put into their research and the analysis conducted to craft their research papers was indeed commendable. Keep at it. Having read all the submissions and in discussion with my fellow judges, we have a few suggestions of key things to focus on, and this is on nobody specific. It was just generic, having read all 25 of them. Your research paper must have a clear title, and you have to have clear title sections: introduction, objectives, methodology, results, discussions. Your introduction should provide the context for why the research topic is chosen is important, and your objectives must be clearly and succinctly chosen and written. Your methodology must be carefully selected and implemented to ensure that it can unambiguously produce the data or information you need to address your objectives. And your results section must present your data in the best possible manner to relate to the objectives you identified. Notice the theme? Remember to reference your work in your presentation as well as your written documents. You don't have to say it when you have it on your slide, but you just need to have a little reference there so it can be traced. We were pleased to see that some of our researchers paid attention to our ethical issues and sought to protect the vulnerable groups that were interviewed. That was really interesting to see. You should never be reluctant to seek advice and guidance from persons around you with greater research experience. We're all forever learning. I learned quite a bit about our youth's issues reading these enlightening submissions. In that context, I would like to thank all those educators from the schools that participated and who took the time to advise and work with the students in conducting their research. Some of you who worked with several different student participants are here with us today, so let me take this opportunity to thank you personally. Let me close with one observation and one piece of advice. We often hear and read negative things about the young people of today, but having read the research papers and listened to the students participating in this conference, I'm confident that we will be leaving our Caribbean in excellent hands. I therefore urge all of you to stay motivated and continue to pursue your academic careers. Continuously strive for excellence and self-improvement, and seek to aspire to positions of societal, national, and regional influence. You will then be appropriately positioned to use your knowledge, abilities, and skills, not only for your own individual welfare, but to ensure that you impact positively on Caribbean development and progress.
Absolutely amazing. We are confident that we are leaving our Caribbean in wonderful hands indeed. So, the rankings for the research papers. Can I just have a round of applause one more time just for all the submissions received, all the effort taken to prepare and present? I know it was nerve-wracking. So these tokens will be presented by Ms. Joan Tull from UNICEF Eastern Caribbean. And a gentle reminder that competition prizes will be sent. These are just tokens that are being presented today. So in 6th place, we have Mr. Adrian Johnson from William Knibb High School. Make him feel welcome. Thank you. Congratulations again. In 5th place, we have Miss Sanike Dilworth. She joined virtually, and she is from the William Knibb High School in Jamaica. Congratulations. In 4th place, we have Miss Keziah Alexander from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School in Grenada, and she also would have presented virtually. Congratulations. 3rd to 1st place will be presented by Professor Audrey Henry Lee of the University of the West Indies. So, our 3rd place, I wish I had a drum roll. Our 3rd place goes, I hear drum rolls, thank you. 3rd place goes to Miss Giannick Polios from the St. Joseph Convent School in St. Lucia. And she also presented virtually. Congratulations, Jenny. 2nd place goes to Tanelia Forth from William Knibb High School in Jamaica. Make her feel welcome as she comes. Congratulations. And her paper was on self-harm. I'm sure we remember that one, right? And that leaves us just one position. One position, the 1st place. So, of course, 1st place goes to Miss Rihanna Williams from Holy Childhood High School in Jamaica. Congratulations. She is the outstanding researcher for 2024. Okay, she would like to make a comment, actually. You can come.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to say a few words because I am beyond grateful and honored to receive this title and prize. I wanted to say a few acknowledgements because I did not make it to Barbados on my own. Firstly, I would love to thank Mrs. Jody Ankar. She's my guidance counselor at Holy Childhood High School. She is the teacher and guidance counselor who initiated me into this competition. I am thankful that she saw the potential in me. I would also like to thank Mrs. Opal Agnes because she guided me through the entire research process. She's here with us today as well. I would love to thank my mother because she has been endlessly supportive, top videographer, top supporter. I love her, I appreciate her. I'd also love to thank my classmates who went ahead and helped me to even get my club members from my science club at school to help with my policy recommendations. They really made me feel appreciated by getting the girls. I'd love to thank my principal as well and everyone who supported me, and even my new Bayesian friends that I made today. They're sitting right there. They're also very supportive. So I want to say a big thank you to everyone.
I love it, and that's the beauty of the conference, connecting children across the Caribbean. Thank you very much. At this time, I invite Professor Audrey Henry Lee to make remarks as we very brief remarks as we close.
So, has it been wonderful? Especially our children. They've made us so proud. I know it's late, so I'm not going to keep you very long. I just want to say a big thank you to every single one of you, especially the children. Let's give the children another round of applause. And our partner, UNICEF, Joan should be here with me. Thank you, Joan. Come. And Lisa and Patrick and Kareem. Wonderful people at UNICEF. So let's give UNICEF another round of applause, please. Excellent, excellent. And we just want to say thank you, and we'll see you next year. I want to give Joan the last word.
Oh, no, really, thank you, and see you again next year. It's been great. Thank you. Very talented, really impressive. It's been a journey and a good one. Thank you so much. Thank you.